everyone. Neons, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Love you. Gemel, hello. Thank you for the first. Hi, Gore. Y'all fucking it up. Here you go. Fuck it up some more. There's that ad. That's what I was waiting on. Fuck it up some more. I was also finishing my dinner, so I didn't want to eat on stream again. So I was finishing my dinner real quick. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Come on, fuck it up, everyone. Get it, get it, get it, get it. Boom, 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 boom. Bring, bum, bum, bum. Bring, bum, bum, bum. Bring, bum, bum, bum. I'm trying to get my horns right, but... but my horns are fighting me today. Beep, beep, beep. Yeah, that'll do for now. Anyways, hi! How is everybody? I was eating some pesto, so... God, yeah, it is still on. I forgot. I can't hear it. God, you're so right. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Turn off! I fucking hate this thing! Why does the button not work? Alright, I turned it off. There we go. Sorry. Sorry, I forgot it was still on. I know, it's so loud. That's why I don't keep it on while I stream. I just let it get real hot in here. I just let it get real hot in here because fucking when I stream it's so loud. You know what I was thinking about the other day? What if I change colors? What if I just like, what if I had a little bit of fun? And I just like, you know? Bear with me, I'm still here just looking. That's okay. I just want to say thank you. Yeah, I do that for you. I suffer in the heat for you. Chat. Just for you. Right, I don't know. Like, I could change my hair color, maybe. I can make it real windy. It's real windy in here. Real windy. It's fucking windy! A girl don't want me 'cause of my dirty laundry. I usually keep a little bit of wind strength on. But not often. All right, let's see, what can we do here? What can we do here for fun? Da bum 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 bum. I know my girl don't want me 'cause of my dirty laundry. Let's go. 'Cause of my dirty laundry. I think that she knows I'm out of control. All of this money, you don't want something from me. Oh, well, there I go. Sorry, gang. I'm out of here. It was nice to know you. Oh God, there was just a floating titty. Oh, my tits are floating. All right, hold on. I gotta put myself back together. All right. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I love being like, it's fucking windy! You ever just vibrate with excitement? I'm very excited. I'm so excited, chat! I'm so excited! Mom is in the laundry machine? I hope not. That'd be the worst. Whee! Oh god, my eyes. Ah. I'm on my spin cycle. It felt like it. All right, let's see. What else can I do? I can color grade. Let's shift my hue. What color should I be today, chat? Some kind of fire. Oh god. You ready up? But you lift me higher. No, I'm not wrong. No, I'm not lying. We do it better. We do it better, yeah. I don't mind if the world spins faster, the music's louder, the waves get stronger. I don't mind if the world spins faster, faster, faster. Just let me take you to a better place. RGB keyboard. Yeah, just sky tonight, and then let me show the way. I'm so excited to see you excited. I'll take you to a better place. No, this is me doing this manually. I can make myself gray though. I look pretty good in gray, honestly. I don't look too bad in gray. I can also make myself ridiculously bright. Damn, I never realized how fucking bright my colors are until you, oh god. Doing this is, fucking with VTube Studio. I can also just blind you. Or I can do model review. Silhouette challenge, baby! It's not the PC gore, it's just VTube Studio. It's Pikachu! Fuck! Oh. Hey, look at that. Ooh. That's kind of sick. Ooh, piss yellow. Hold on, I want to be piss colored. Anyways. White balance temperature? Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, this is quite nice actually. I like this. This is nice. It's Pikachu from up top! True. Or I can be green. Or pink. I could also be an inverted. World's first inverted VTuber. What's not safe? Inversion? I feel dread in my soul. I forgot I set this up, actually. I set this up a long time ago. Evil Tragedy be like, I hate wolves. Oh, what? Whoa! Ah! Sorry, the microphone affects it. The microphone affects it. Yeah, why is there a third one up there? Do I have 3 eyes? What the fuck? Can you invert the glowing eyes? I don't know. Let's try. Ba-dun-dun-dun, ba-dun-dun-dun. Oh, hold on. Let me turn it back on. Oh! Oh god, the apocalypse. Be not afraid. And the angel said unto Mary, Boogie Wonderland. And he said, baby, it don't work. Angel VTubers be like, yeah. The white eyelashes are kind of a fit, though. I have God and anime on my side. Yeah, what the fuck? Alright, we're turning that off. That's terrifying. Down way Wonderland. Oh, I see. I see. Fascinating. What am I? Hi. I'm an angel now. I have a lot of questions. Oh, Wonderland. Yeah, my Aigo is glowing and I'm not really sure why. Should probably turn that off. That's scary? Why is it scary? Be not afraid. I am simply here to judge your sins. I just kinda, like, fade. I mean, I'm gonna be real with y'all, it's kinda cool. Boogie Wonderland. Dance. Pieces returns. No. This is like God of the Sun. This is a very unique look. I don't dislike it though. It's like Lava God. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this real quick just because I'm fascinated by it. One second. All right, because I'm fascinated by this. Shark Boy and Lava Wolf. That'd be pretty fucking cool, honestly. Boogie Wonderland. Land. All right, what else can we do? Oh, it's a backlight. I can get myself a black light? Oh! That's kind of sick. Can I make it red? Oh, that's jazzy as fuck, actually. That's jazzy as hell. Do 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 do. The stripe curve shadow color. Ooh. There's so much you can do. That's sick though. Chat! Hold on. Hold on. I can make myself a hazard sign! Hold on, that's so sick. That's so cool. Danger, do not touch. I can just give myself a shadow? Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. That's so fucking sick. Thank you for the hydrate. Danger, do not touch the dog. There we go. I can give myself a shadow. That's kind of cool. And I can make it any color I want. It can be bright ass red if I want it to be. Check that out. I'm actually drinking water today, by the way, so. I have a stand. All right, what else can I do? Ooh. Oh. Hi, chat. Hey, chat. How's it going? Ooh, woo. It's really good to take photos with for memes and stuff. That is so true, though. Ooh, woo. I've messed with the effects before. I just don't do it often. Also, hi, Iggy. I really just don't do it very often. I'm in love with him. Oh my god. I'm just gonna make everything max, and we're just gonna... Hold on. This is so stupid. Anyways, happy Dr. Pepper. Oh god, that's so fucking stupid. Alright. That's dumb. How are you doing, Yigs? Okay, this one's one of my favorites. I don't know why, though. Goodbye. I just love being like, peace out. Anyways. Holy fuck! Yeah, I'm existing. I'm sorry. Things haven't gotten much better. I like doing it like just a little bit and then being like, help! Help! Mother, help! Help! Oh my god. That was actually a nightmare. Oh, this is just straight JoJo. Okay, good to know. My brain do be braining, so you know. Yeah, I get that. It's kind of a pain in the ass. I hope it gets better. I really do. Ba, 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 ba. You so fucking special when you smile. Hit it from the back and grab you wild. Oh. Oh. Okay. I'll actually play the game I had intended to play. I just wanted to fuck around. It's gonna be very rough. Yeah. It's... I don't know. It's something I've been through before myself. But that really doesn't change, like, how rough it is, you know? I wish it did, but it really doesn't. It gets easier, I can say. With time, it definitely does get easier, but it always has a level of difficulty to it that kind of just feels impossible to get through sometimes, you know? Oh. Especially when it's a trauma trigger, which just makes everything worse. Yeah, exactly. And so it's like one of those things where it's like, it will get better, but right now it's gonna fucking suck, and there's really nothing much anybody can do about that, you know? As much as I hate to say it. But... a certain fox has been an absolute godsend. Well, that's good, at least. I don't know if this has... Oh, there's... Oh. Oh, there's no audio here. Oh. Oh. Okay. We're playing a game today called Banana. Can I full screen? Okay, cool. So you just... Banana? I guess we just... Banana. Alright, well, let's turn back on some music. And we will sit and... Banana. And y'all are just gonna hear me viciously tapping. Banana? Potato is better? I'm inclined to agree. Uh-huh. I personally prefer grape. Cotton candy grapes or just like normal grape? I don't know, this game's listed as horror. I don't really know what that means in this context, but you know, whatever. Kissing and hope we got us, whether they like or not. I wanna show you off. I wanna show you off. I wanna brag about it. I wanna tie a knot. I'm gonna show you off. I wanna show you off. I wanna show you. Yeah. I wanna show you out. I wanna show you off. You know what? Let's just make this a karaoke banana stream. Yeah. I wanna show you off. My sister buys cotton candy grapes like every week and then sends me a photo of them. Goated ass sister, honestly. Oh, okay. Sorry, it stopped for a second and I didn't know why. Damn, we're busting through. Banana. I'm different about you. I don't know. I just downloaded this game and I really don't know anything about it. I just saw... I just saw banana and I went, ooh, banana! And so, yeah. I'm not well. But we'll figure this out as we get there. That I don't fuck incels. Rats and the pigtails. Anyways, chat, tell me about your day while we banana. What a game. Oh, thanks, Score. While we banana, tell me about your day. Y'all done anything interesting today? It's been raining all day over here, so I haven't done anything of interest, but kissing and hope they caught us, whether they like or not. I'm gonna show you up. Played some Uwa, Star Rail, and Nikki. Damn. Hi, Barrels! More! Oh, I have to be clicking directly on the banana. I see how it is. Oh, wait, I can use my controller. I think? Oh. Oh, the controller's worse. The controller is so much worse. Oh yeah, controller's so much worse. We're just gonna pick up the mouse and hang out. What it was, boy. Anyways, there we go. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I haven't played that one yet. I watched the subathon. Ooh, that's fun. Who's subathon? The penis bin. Oh god, my fingers hurt already. I've been doing this for like 5 minutes and my fingers are already painful. Hi! We're playing banana. Is this cookie clicker but banana? I guess. Did you ask who? I did. I also said it was cool, but I was curious to know whose it was. You Sir Caps a lot? Alright. Banana. 2001. Who was born in 2001 in chat? God, I was about to say get out of here, child, and then I remembered 2001's not a child anymore. Hold on, I'm gonna look up a song real quick. Banana Shake. Sure. This song is called Banana Shake? Okay. Where you will only listen to banana music. Those are the agreements I'm making right now. God, this is probably looks awful for YouTube. It's just me clicking. I got 18,000 points. I see a new shiny redeem. Time to save up for 50k. God, y'all want to torture me. Harabelle? That name sounds familiar. Why does that name sound so familiar? I'm using this to practice my drumming. We need peanut butter and jelly because it has a banana dancing. True. In that case, Banana Man theme next? Okay, bet. The fatter the ass, the fatter the redeem. That redeem is rough, man. I'm scared of it. I'm so grateful that I've given y'all enough things to redeem over the years that you guys don't have 50k saved up. Because I'm terrified of that redeem getting cashed in. I'm sure there's a lurker somewhere that could force me to cash it in, but not now. Banana phone? Yeah, I could do banana phone too. Harabelle VT is the full name. I'll have to look them up. They sound familiar though. I'm sure Gore has close to 50k. I think Gore's at like 20 something k. Fun fact, I used to be a drummer. A long time ago. My brother's actually supposed to get a drum kit here soon, I think. When Peach isn't paying attention, give yourself points. Can he do that? That's an option? Sorry, I'm just having a great time just bopping to music and just essentially playing a rhythm game. All right. I'm bored. If you had an electric drum pad connected as a clicker, that'd be pretty fun. Oh, you're probably right. I'm gonna be so honest, I'm bored. All right, let's find something else to do. I got bored so fast. The game was it's fucking, I got a fucking achievement. Hold on. I got the only achievement! There's only one achievement! What the fuck is this game? Oh my god. Took 10 minutes, 100% of the game. Electric drum kits. Oh yeah, those are great. Ducky had me get a dating sim. God, this jump scared me. Is it like a participation achievement? I guess. Manaphone. Also, hi, Outcast. You get a new banana every 3 hours and the game is free to play. That's crazy. I did not realize that. Alright, well, let me find something else to play because that's fucking boring as hell. Ring, 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 ring. Banana phone. Dun, 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 ding, dong, ding, dong, ding. Banana phone. Alright, what do I have? I want to play Wizard 101, but I haven't downloaded Wizards 101 in a minute, so I have to download it on this PC. I don't have it downloaded on this PC. Banana phone. Do 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 ba do. Peach, what Wizard 101 school are you? I'm the ice one. I took a test and it gave me ice. Peach's ass could be a bongo drum set. So true. What game should we play? No, not that one. Some of these are Gores games, so I don't know what the fuck some of them are. Do 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 do, ding dong ding dong ding dong ding, banana phone. Thank you for petting chat. I've never played Wizards 101. I love it. I haven't played it in a minute though. Just because I've been busy. I don't really have free time. The only time I really play games is when I stream nowadays. So that's the only way I manage to actually play new games. Ring, 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 ring. Banana phone. Boop, boo, doo, doo, doo. I have Life is Strange, and I've never played that. I mean, I'm petting myself. You sure are. I need to install Life is Strange, though. I've never installed it. Mom is sending me a Taco Bell, want a frozen. Yes! And nacho fries! Please and thank you. You know what I haven't played in a long ass time, but I used to play all the time? Fucking Power Wash Sim. Power Wash Sim. Nacho fries are fire, but they get cold. Yeah, but they were like one of my biggest cravings when I was pregnant. You know, that doesn't sound great to say right now in general, but you get what I mean. Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. I'd have to re-download Power Wash. I don't think I have it installed on this computer. I don't. Darling, kiss me. I swear to God, if this kills stream. Seems like every woman craves Taco Bell or Mexican food in general. Honestly, bean burritos are all I could hold down. Bean burritos and Japanese curry, chicken curry, were the only things I could hold down the entire my entire first trimester. All I wanted my entire pregnancy was chicken curry and watermelon. In other words, I love you. All right, what we're gonna do is while I wait for Power Wash Sim to download, we're gonna boot up some Gooba Balls, I think. Oh God, the jump scare I just got from hearing the door open. We're gonna boot up some Gooba Ball, I think. Into the moon and let me play among the stars. Oh God. On Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. Yeah, so we'll play a little bit of Gooba Ball, I think, before we get started. I gotta wait anyways, cause I need Power Wash to update. So let's change Gooba Ball. I wanna stream Minecraft again too. I haven't streamed. Oh shit! I haven't streamed Minecraft in a hot minute. I have to re-download Minecraft, but you get my point. In other words, I love you. Bean burritos are amazing. So fucking true. I love bean burritos with a passion. But mine were like specifically, they had to be specifically Taco Bueno bean burritos. If they were any other form of bean burrito, like I would eat it, but it wouldn't make me as happy. I don't know if that makes any sense, but for a second there, I thought you singing was the song. Look, it's a good ass song. Except for the fact that Gore loves this song, so he plays it like on repeat some days, which is fine. But like, damn, give me a break. I love you. The man is too full of love. I get no breaks with him. Alright, let's see. Because now that y'all bring it up, I do want to play Power Wash some again. It's been a really long time. Oh, right. I should probably change off the banana playlist. 1 second. Pause! Getting off the banana playlist. Given. Boom, boom. This is not good. My goobas need to be at the bottom. The fact that my goobas aren't at the bottom upsets me. Come on, squeeze in. Shit. Thank you for the bark! I love that chat barks with me. It makes me very happy. Chat makes me very happy, honestly. You guys are good for my mental health. Usually. Sometimes y'all be stressing me out. Oh. It's not always, it's just sometimes y'all be stressing me. Can you roll over this way? You make us happy? Oh, I hope so. That's why I became a streamer, is to make people happy. You know? So if I didn't make people happy, I think it would make me kind of sad a little bit. I think I'd feel like I failed a little bit. I'm gonna be honest, I don't want to buy any new games right now because fucking I know Elden Ring DLC is gonna come out and then that's all I'm gonna do. So I'm just like trying to patiently wait for Elden Ring DLC. I wanna fade away with you, ever closer. I could be lost. I gotta wait for Sparking Zero. It needed to release like 3 days ago. Look, I know myself, and I know that the moment the DLC for Elden Ring drops, that's all I'm gonna be doing. So I'm like, don't spend money on a new game to start playing on stream. Because it's not gonna matter in a week's time. Just entertain chat with what you've got. Because that's all you can do. Why did I do that? God, sometimes I do things in this game and I'm like, was I thinking? Maybe I was thinking. Not well. Play Elden Ring, beat off the rust. Oh no, I will. I'm actually planning on doing that after our weekend when I come back, is playing Elden Ring before we go on vacation, so hopefully my rust won't be too bad when I'm out of town. That's the hope, is that I can beat some of the rust off me and then go on vacation, and then whenever we get back, I'll be good. That's probably not how that works at all. And I'm probably just gonna immediately regret it when I get back from vacation and be like, why'd I waste my time doing that pre-vacation? But your bitch really wants that to be how it works, so... What the fuck just happened there? Of course, there's something blocking me. Oh, Black Betty. No one's perfect, but no one's worth this. I've been deserving and everything. Heaven and earth is a word is good. I'm easy, I just enjoy vibing. That's fair. So for the next week, because I'm going on vacation next week. So what that means is that we're just gonna be playing games that I already have. Because I'm not gonna be spending any money on any new games since, like I said, Elden Ring's DLC is about to come out and... Oh no. Elden Ring's DLC is about to come out. And I don't wanna spend money on a game and like start a long series game that I'm immediately gonna abandon for Elden Ring, so. Thank you so much for the hydrate, guys. How are you? See, I like listening to rap on stream, but then I'm like, I have to like watch my mouth. Not that I can't say the N-word. We've had this conversation. I absolutely can. I just worry about making people who can't say it uncomfortable. I don't know. I'm a little extra. Like, I'm sure most people don't care, and the people that do care, you know, will deal with it how they need to deal with it. But I worry so much about making people uncomfortable that I'm like, no. I'm so fucking dramatic. Are white people's? Yeah, I'm being ball blocked for real. What the heck is thinking? God, I wish I knew. Because I've grown into a, like, I listen to rap way more often than I used to now. But what that means is that, like, constantly I'm like, oh, I'll listen to this song on stream, I really like it. And then I'm, like, about to start singing and I'm like, wait. I'm like, wait a minute. And I know that I have a fairly sizable, like, audience that are people of color. Just because I'm like one of the few, like, few, quote unquote, people of color streamers. Like, I'm one of the few black streamers around. The reason I say few, quote unquote, is because, like, there are quite a bit of us. There's just not a lot of us that are super well known, I think, is the issue. And so because of that, like, I really worry about, like, making people uncomfortable that, like, aren't a part of that demographic, even though I'm sure, like, you know, at the end of the day, it's not that big of a deal. I'm just dramatic. People who have color is amazing. Thank you. My daughter ended up with no color somehow, and I don't know what happened there, but whatever. Hi, Dog Ant. How are you? Oh, time to break it down, chat. Y'all love this song. Oh! Thank you for the bark. Oh, I didn't look at that. Just tried the first Bloodborne boss. Oh, that's gonna be us here soon. Once I finish the Elden Ring DLC, we're gonna be playing the fucking shit out of Bloodborne. I love inspiring chat to dance. It makes me very happy. But that's the way we like to roll. But I don't know, I just always get self-conscious singing rap songs because, like, without thinking about it, sometimes I say the N-word and I'm like, oh man, somebody's gonna try and cancel me. Every time I have the thought, fuck, somebody's gonna try and cancel me now. Every time without fail. I go, God damn it. Because that's really all it takes, is one person who doesn't know you to show up in your chat, assume something about you, and then go, I'm writing a twit longer. And I hate it. Like, yes, I have a dark-skinned model, but the amount of times people have assumed that I'm not actually dark-skinned, like IRL, and then I just use the model for whatever. Is insane. Like, I feel like once a year, I have to remind people that, like, this is not just my model. I am indeedy do a person of color. It gets kind of tiring, honestly. Oh, that's bullshit. Get down there. There we go. And I know, like, they don't mean any harm by it. They're just, you know, trying to stand up for what you believe is right, or whatever. But I don't sound traditionally black. Like, I don't sound stereotypically black, I guess is the word. And so people make a lot of assumptions about who I am. I just wish people wouldn't make so many assumptions, you know? That's all. I just wish people wouldn't jump to conclusions based off of what they think, you know? Because I remember somebody did that to Kenji once, or Kenji says the N-word all the time. And people were like, he's not even black. And he, like, had to, like, go and, like, literally show photos of his mother to prove that he is biracial. And I'm like, bro. We fuck it up in here in chat. Just tell them to look at your model. That's, I mean, I do, but then they're like, well, you don't sound stereotypically black, so how do we know that you're not just a white woman pretending to be black? And I'm like, why would I do that? That kills your career. Like, not just pretending to be something you're not, but like, I'm not gonna mince my words here. I'm gonna be blatantly honest. You get a much lower audience if you are tan skin. It is why you do not see black people in VTuber groups. It is why, you know, when HoloLive attempted to have a black person in one of their VTuber groups, she was the first to retire or graduate, you know, whatever you want to call it. I mean, I also heard her health wasn't great, but we all know, like the blatant racism was a huge part of it. Like, if you want to be famous, you do not pretend to be black. Like, that is... It's not what you do. That's not how you get famous. I mean, like, even Iron Mouse herself, a tan-skinned Latina woman, uses a white passing model and only recently has started using a tan model from time to time. You know, like, you don't, it's just not how that works. Put one of those bots that just randomly goes, yes, she is a person of color. People gotta learn they can't be right about everything. Yeah. Look, if you follow me on Twitter, you know I don't talk about shit outside of like my own little jokes and memes. I very rarely talk about things on Twitter. And if you want to be blatantly honest, like serious things on Twitter, and if you want to be blatantly honest about it, like it's because of that. It's because I don't feel confident or comfortable talking about things I don't fully understand. So while I might keep up with stuff that's going on, like the more serious stuff that's going on, unless like I'm a part of it or I really like know the situation, you're not gonna catch me on Twitter fucking talking about it. Like, I feel like everybody feels like they have to have something to say about everything that happens. And I don't think that's a very mature way to live your life. You don't have to have, like, you are more than welcome to have a thought on anything that happens around you. Don't let me tell you that you can't have emotions about things, that you can't have feelings about things. But I am here to tell you that not everybody has to know your opinions that you have on everything. Like, you are always allowed to have your opinions on things. Always. Not everybody needs to know your opinions on things, though. Hi, Treble. How are you? What's the purpose in pretending? I don't know, man. Being tan is only acceptable if you're a Gairu. Okay, I'm gonna be also real honest with y'all about this, and I need y'all to know that when I say this, I'm not calling out any VTuber in particular. But I will say the only tan VTubers I see that actually get fame, like big fame, are Gairus. And as somebody who hates Gairu culture, it kind of pisses me off. And don't be like, oh, why do you hate Gairu culture? I only hate Gairu culture, not the dress. The style of dress is fine. I think the style of dress is great. I hate Gairu culture because it is very blatant that it stemmed from Japanese women and girls wanting to fight the societal norms in Japan. And so what they did was they looked at black women in the US and then used black women's clothing and style choices to make themselves stand out in Japan, which is fine. What pisses me off about it is the tan. It's not just, oh, we're gonna mimic black women in America to make a point, which already is kind of weird because like why is it always black women that you gotta mimic to make a point? But whatever. It's the fact that they then also went and tanned and did ridiculous eye makeup. And it kind of, to me personally, feels like they're making fun of us. Like, I know that that's not really what it is anymore. I'm talking about like traditional Gairu. Personally, to me, it kind of feels like it's making fun of black women. I know that that's probably not the intention. And I'm probably just being sensitive about it. But it has always felt that way to me, and I do not like it. And so that is why if I ever see a Gairu VTuber that is like the fashion and the aesthetic, and then later it turns out their character also has a fake tan, I just block them. Because I can't say that you're, like, you might just be doing the fake tan because it's just a part of the look. But I don't know, it gives off the same vibe. A lot of people are like, oh, it's like Jersey Shore. And I'm like, yes, but I need you to understand that Jersey Shore was also a bunch of people pretending to be black. Like, they used our slang. They dress like us. And I need you to recognize that Jersey Shore helped people think that our culture and the things that we did was quote unquote trashy. You know, like when people think, oh, trashy, like every time I hear Jersey Shore, I hear trashy next to it. And so it's like, I don't really care much for Jersey Shore either. I think the people in Jersey Shore, some of them are assholes, some of them are whatever. And I don't think they were doing it intentionally, but it gives off very much vibes of people pretending to be black because they think it's cool. And what all they're really doing is making the stereotype of blackness being trashy worse. So, but I hear a lot of people with the argument of like, well, like, no, not like the actual location, like the show. Jersey Shore is a show that used to air on MTV well, it's not really that long ago. It aired when I was growing up. It was like a reality TV thing following a bunch of people in a family that lived in Jersey Shore. Though I will say the Jersey Shore aesthetic at that time, like the people who lived there kind of all had the same aesthetic at the time. So maybe you could say the area. How's the Gooba Ball? It's going pretty good, honestly. How are you, Nick? Yeah, a lot of countries mocked America over it, and to me it kind of felt like they were just mocking being black, and I don't know. Maybe I'm just sensitive about it. I could just be sensitive about it, but it just never fully sat right with me. It feels like blackfacing, yeah. Trying to finish Elden Ring before the DLC. Ugh, I did that not that long ago. I'm actually next week probably going to play more Elden Ring just to get good again before I go on vacation, because once I get back from vacation, I'm playing the DLC. Yeah, that's also true. Gairu is heavily treated as a fetish now, to the point that I can't look up, like, if I want to see tan girls, like girls that look like me in hentai, I'm like in hentai, I want to see women that look like me. I have to specifically type in like tan skin, which is already like, okay, I get it. Like, it's a descriptor, so like that's fine, whatever. It's how you describe something. So I don't really have a problem with that. But also, like, you type in tan skin and it's always like Amazon warrior, and it's like, okay, that's a little much. But then you type in Gairu and it's always these ditzy Asian women who are dressed like black women, and it's like heavily fetishized. And I'm just like, ugh, it just doesn't sit right with me. I don't know, it just... maybe this is not the place to talk about it, but if my stream isn't the place to talk about it, then I don't know where else is. I don't know, it just feels wrong and gross to me. Personally. Let me clarify. This is a personal opinion from a woman of color who is watching this from an outsider's look. I do know, you know, a little bit about the history of Gairu. I know kind of what it's all about. To me, it feels weird to rebel against societal norms by using another culture's aesthetic, because it's like you're asking for people to hate that aesthetic because they're only going to see it as rebellion or different. And it just doesn't fully sit right with me. I feel like I have to make like disclaimers. Like, disclaimer, this is my personal opinion. I speak for myself and no one else. I am free! Oh, I'm so sorry. The ads got you. Hey, can somebody toss a sub at Dogant for me, please? So that they don't have to deal with any more ads today, at least. I'd really appreciate it if any of y'all have the extra cash and wouldn't mind helping out a fellow watcher, a fellow pup. The rabbit is Shia Buns. Whee! I don't know why I always feel like I have to put like a disclaimer on my stuff. Treble! Thank you so much for the gifted sub over to Dogant.
Treble von Meister gifted a tier 1 sub to Dogant.
I really appreciate it.
This is their first gift sub in the channel.
I really do appreciate it. I'm gonna be so honest with y'all. Sometimes if I'm like somebody gift a sub and nobody can afford it, I just do it myself later. I always feel so bad that you guys have to deal with ads just because like I need revenue, you know? I really hate having the scheduled ads, but I'm in a point in my life where like the revenue really helps. So if that means all I have to do is every month is spend a little bit of money to make sure that most of y'all don't have to deal with it, or at least my regulars don't have to deal with it, I will. I think deep down Japanese artists want a black girlfriend. Honestly, I'm gonna be super honest with you. I know you said that as a joke. You're not wrong. If you are a black woman and you go to Japan, you will be met with the weirdest racism from men that are just trying to hit on you. Like, it is so funny, but it's so not funny. These men will hit on you like their life depends on it by saying that you look like Rihanna, and you're like, I don't. It is so funny. It's so bizarre. Like, older people can be a bit racist from time to time, and it's just like your average racism. The N-word doesn't exist there, so they wouldn't call you that, but they have their own words for people of color. And like, you probably won't be allowed in like any clubs or anything, because it's very obvious that you're not Japanese, and a lot of those clubs are like exclusive. But yeah, it's so weird. Japan's a fantastic place, don't get me wrong. It's just like, when you're not obviously Japanese, it can be a little weird. Yeah, gaijin is a word for foreigners for sure. Black people have a different word. I would pay, but I don't even have $1 in Cash App. It's okay, don't worry about it. I rarely get ads and I'm not subbed. I don't know. I really don't understand how Twitch works sometimes, so I don't really have an answer for that. But sometimes if I can, I'll have Gore toss a gifted sub to some of y'all just to make the ad viewing situation a little less. I know it means I make less money off ads, but like, whatever. I'm making money off ads. That's all that matters to me at the end of the day, because I didn't used to make money off ads, so. Get down, down to boom, boom. Can I wiggle that in there? I can't. Oh, nice. Let's groove tonight. So I don't know. All this to say that, like, I don't really get into drama on Twitter. I don't care to, unless like I have a really strong opinion on something. I just don't say anything at all because it's none of my fucking business. And I wish more people would adopt that sentiment. However, my block list on Twitter is freakishly long, and that is simply just because if I see something that just doesn't vibe well with me, I just get rid of it. Because that's how I believe all things should be. If you see something that you don't vibe with, just remove it from your sphere, you know? Like, it doesn't have to be a whole thing. Just tick of the button, get rid of it. Will it affect me? Should I become a famous VTuber one day? The fact that I have so many people blocked? Probably. I'll deal with that when I get to it, though. That's a problem for famous me, and I'm not famous yet, so... Yeah, they have a lot of places where foreigners can't go. It's very true. I also have, like, tattoos, so, like, if I ever go visit one day... Which I would like to. Oh, thank you. I'd have to do like private onsens and stuff and shit. Thank you, Gore. Sorry, he brought me my Taco Bell. Bum, 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 bum. Look, a part of me wants to be famous because it means I'd be able to afford like a good future for my family. Another part of me doesn't want to be famous because it means I'm gonna have to unblock so many people to avoid drama. Oh god. You will one day be famous? Oh. Maybe. If not, it's okay. I don't mind either way, if you want me to be completely honest. I've said this before, but my only real motivation for fame is just being able to take care of my family. That's the only thing that matters to me. The only real reason I would ever want to be famous is to take care of my family. Be able to put us in a house with a good school district that Bunny can go to, you know, like... Be able to not have to worry about money I want to be able to give back. Like, I was a pretty depressed kid growing up, and Lord knows I called that Schuer Schleider hotline pretty often growing up. And so if possible, I'd love to raise money for them. You know, raise money for groups that help homeless teens, because I was a homeless teen for a while. I just want to give back to the communities that got me to where I am. You know? Give back to the things that matter to me. Honestly, to be able to say that you have enough money extra to give back is such a blessing. Like, to be able to say, I can take care of my family and afford the things that I want and the things that I need, while also being able to afford giving back to the people who don't have that opportunity. Like, what a fucking blessing. To be able to do a charity live stream and be able to match what you guys donate is like my biggest dream one day. I think that would be so cool. You're famous to us. Aww. I've yet to block a single person on Twitter, so it's hell. Oh yeah, fucking, I would not be using Twitter if I did not religiously use that block button. I mute people more now, just because blocking's a pain in my ass. And I also heard rumors that, like, Elon Musk got, like, pissed off that people kept blocking him, so he was like, I'm gonna get rid of the function of the block button, it's not gonna work like that anymore. So just in case, I don't just block people now, I mute people. But also, I mute all the ads because the ads get on my nerves, but I'm not paying Elon for his stupid buttfuck ass app. So, oh, Jesus. So I will also, like, I mute people. But then that comes back to bite me in the ass, because, like, the other day, a game trailer dropped, and I had no idea because I had accidentally muted the company that posted the trailer because I got tired of seeing their ads on my dashboard. So, God knows, something about the way I choose to interact with people on Twitter will come back to bite me in the ass should I ever become famous, but I'll deal with that when we get to it. That's a problem for potentially famous me, and I'm not potential or famous, so not a problem for current me. That's all that matters. I don't even have Twitter. Yeah, that's for the best. You're not missing out, really. Like, back in my youth, I would have been like, you don't have Twitter? You're missing out. But ever since Elon took over, fucking good for you, honestly. You made the right choice. Unfortunately, I was already trapped on Twitter. It's where I do all my advertising, so... Unfortunately, I was trapped on Twitter. Had nowhere else to run. Boop. It scares me what fans can do or say. I hate the thought of being famous. I want to be famous because I can't function in a normal society. I want to be famous so I can find a song. That's so... Those are all so valid, though. Look, I'm not the personality for fame. Gore wants me to be famous so bad. Gore thinks I have exactly what it takes to be famous. And I'm not saying that I don't, but I am saying that the idea of fame is terrifying to me, specifically because of, yeah, like you said, what people can do. Like, for the most part, people are great and are kind and are loving and just want to support the people that they love. But there are some people out there that are not that at all, and that scares me. I have really bad anxiety. Not a lot gets to me. Like, I don't get my feelings hurt super easy anymore. But the knowledge that anything could happen and it's all outside of my control, like, that freaks me out. And I know that that's just life in general, but it made me a little nervous, I'm not even gonna lie. And I know, like, that's just life, but it do be scaring me. Like, I know we talk about the V-Show auditions from time to time, but those literally got canceled, called off, because the V-Shooter girls were getting doxxed. A lot of them had to move because their home address was like public all of a sudden. And they were going through a lawsuit at the same time as their auditions were going on. And while they're going through this lawsuit against the people who were doxing them, those people doxed the people who applied. Used a fake email, got their information by telling them that they had been moved up to the next phase, and then fucking raided them, had them swatted while she was live on stream. And like, she's a small indie VTuber. She couldn't do anything to protect herself from that, you know? Like, she doesn't know the protocol of what to do if you get swatted. Like, it could have gotten her killed. So yeah, I get it. I get the fear of what comes with fame. Hi, Kula. Oh, we're talking about the V-Shooter thing. We're talking about fame. About what it's like to be famous. Oh god, Baja Blast is so good. Oh god, I'm so excited for the new season of Arcane, by the way. This song just reminded me that there's a new season coming out. I don't even play League, but Arcane's so good. Yeah, that was something we talked about, is that if I ever blow up, we're gonna buy a house and then build a giant wall around it. Everyone has the... I agree. I think everybody has the potential to be famous. Now, whether you're famous for something good or bad, I think that's up to you as an individual, but... yeah. You have to take a lot of securities for yourself and your family. That is just the way of the world. Sorry. I try not to eat on stream as often because I feel bad. I feel like I'm always eating on stream, and then Gore went and got me nacho fries, so I'm just munching away happily over here. But yeah, you really do have to take precautions for you and your family should you ever find yourself in a place where fame is on your corner. The fuck? But it's a very terrifying place to be in. Especially, like, on my side of things. Like, I have a child now, like... I already don't share her face or her actual name on streams or on social media at all, because I acknowledge the fact that while I'm not famous now, all it really takes is one video to pop off, you know, like, that's all it takes is one clip to pop off on social media before all of a sudden you go from 20 average viewers to 1,000. And so, like, just in case that ever happens to me, absolutely not. Like, I'm not gonna make finding information about me any easier for people who decide that they dislike me. Because that's another issue, is that it doesn't matter what you do, there will always be people who don't like you. And while you learn to be okay with that, you have to figure out what to do if those people decide they want to be aggressive about how much they dislike you. So... domain expansion, NyQuil chicken. Ugh. Ugh. Brother, yeah. Hey chat, I've got a question for you, and then I'll get back to my previous topic and we can finish that conversation. But real quick, have you ever been punched in your motherfucking face? What'd you say? Oh, you haven't? Alright, great. Anyways, sorry, I do that every time. It's my favorite part of that song. Yeah, it just takes the wrong person Look, not to use Oshinoko as an example, but have y'all watched Oshinoko? Bitch got murdered by one of her own fans. Like, we see that shit all the time. There's a reason why celebrities have public security. And honestly, the fact that VTubers go to conventions and like meet fans without security is a crazy fact to me. Like, I get it, but sometimes I'm like, for some of y'all, I think security might be necessary. Like, the VTubers that are disliked more than others, like, take care of yourselves. Because that shit's scary. Last time I played League was like 2014. Yeah. Peach eating ASMR, always. Nacho fries, like fully loaded fries, but no, they're like French fries that have like taco seasoning on them, and then you dip them in nacho cheese. They're pretty good. They're a Taco Bell thing. Boop, boop. Okay, that didn't do what I expected it to. That's fine. Not the end of the world. Boop. Feels right. Just buy a gun. You never know when someone wants your cat. Listen to the police when you're raided as best you can and keep your hands empty. Yep, pretty much. Yeah, just always do that for any police interaction. You never know with them. Look, I know what to do if I'm ever raided, but a lot of indies don't because they don't ever see that potentially happening. I prepare for the worst at all times because I have anxiety, and if I don't have a plan for if the worst happens, then I will panic. But also, there was a point in my life where me being raided was a very real possibility because of my roommate. And I always wanted to make sure that me and my family were safe, should that ever happen. And that we wouldn't be in a position where it would take us by surprise and we wouldn't know what to do. So I've always kind of had a plan, like a backup plan, just in case something like that should ever happen. I'm meant to be free. The guy went to the hospital. Oof. Never been punched in the face, just in my gut when I was younger. Oh, the manga with the two kids that have the star eyes? Yeah. Closest Taco Bell's 45 minutes away? Damn. Sorry, I was catching up on chat. Yeah, exactly. Most cops are cool, but you never know if you're gonna have a cool cop or not. So you should always be careful. The roommate is the weirdest part. I don't feel like that is the weirdest part. Honestly, as scary as it was, that felt relatively, like, tame. Compared to some stuff that's happened to me, but alright, I'll trust you on that. Sure. If I got swatted, my response would probably be to fall over and have a panic attack. That's valid, honestly. I wouldn't even blame you. It's a very scary thing that can happen to you. It's gotten people killed. So I can't even say that I would blame you for that. I don't know. It's everybody wants fame. Well, not everybody, but a lot of people want fame. But a lot of people don't fully understand what that means and what comes with that. The risks that are now a part of your life that have never been a part of your life before. The things you now have to think about that you've never had to think about before. Because a lot of people, you know, like me, want fame for whatever reason, you know, like, oh, I want fame because I want money. Oh, I want fame because I want to be known. Oh, I want fame because I want to be remembered. Like, cool. Are you ready for fame? Because it doesn't care if you're ready when it shows up, you know, like, fame will show up and whether you're ready or not, it's here. Like, you don't have a choice at that point. You're famous now. Get with the fucking program. It's terrifying. I don't want to be famous, I just want money. Yeah, that's why you're making me famous, asshole. Dickhead. Dickhead doesn't want to be famous, so he's doing everything possible to make me famous so that he can have the money that he wants, but without any of the actual responsibility. Look, I came pretty close to quitting VTubing because the pressure of get good was like heavy. I've worked on it. But there was a minute there where I was like really struggling with the feeling that I had to be like I had to get good and I wasn't good enough. Therefore, don't ever let yourself get that way about something that you enjoy. It fucking eats away at you and you don't ever feel good enough and it's not true, you know, like. But it doesn't matter how much proof you have that you are good at what you love, like, you will find a reason to believe that you aren't. Because that's easier to believe than it is to believe that you're good, it's just not your time yet, you know? Yeah, money can't buy happiness, but it sure can buy the things that will make me happy. Yeah, money can't buy happiness, but it sure would mean I would never have to live with my fucking family again. And that would make me pretty happy. It would mean that I could actually be an adult and take care of my own family and not rely on anybody else ever again. And say what you will, but I think that would make me pretty happy. Not that I dislike living with my family, like they're great, but as you can see, sometimes it changes for the worst out of the blue, and then you're just stuck there, so... I'd like to avoid another roommate on the FBI watch list situation for as long as possible. Hey, this is a song from Shrek 2. It sure is. I think I actually have the Shrek 2 soundtrack version. I think that's what y'all are listening to right now, is the actual, like, Shrek 2 soundtrack version. Yeah, I think I can agree with Kula that while it's not the craziest thing that's ever happened to me, it's definitely the weirdest thing to talk about. That, like, yeah, no, I just casually had a roommate that was on an FBI watch list and was super racist and wanted me dead. Oh, and I was pregnant the entire time. I wound up pregnant not very long afterwards, so we just kind of had to deal with that additional stress. I love chat fucking it up. I like we're having like a serious ass conversation and chat's like, hold! I Need a Hero is playing. Whee! I'm cool with not being famous as long as I can live on my ranch in Texas or Mexico and be happy with my family. That's very fair. We can't afford a house, we just discovered, so... We thought we could. And then we actually started looking and, like, doing the math. We can't still, so... Oh... But yeah, I don't know. You gotta be careful with that fame, is all I'm trying to say. did we get here from me talking about the fact that I feel awkward saying the N-word on stream? I don't know how we got here in this line of conversation, but we're here. Me. Sometimes I feel self-conscious about saying the N-word on stream because I don't want people to make assumptions about me. Turned into, I don't know, gyros make me uncomfortable. And fame is a risk to your health. Oh boy. What are we talking about? You know, whatever. I've jumped from topic to topic 100 times this stream, so fucking whatever at this point. I don't know, Gore, what do you want to talk about? Because I obviously have no idea what we're talking about. Alright, everybody, give me your favorite in hentai tag. And I'm gonna judge you based off your sense of taste. Domain expansion Alzheimer's? No, not the numbers, the tag. I'm not looking up no fucking numbers. Give me your favorite tag is what I asked. You're out here sending me numbers. You don't know how to follow instructions is what I'm learning. Good, because I wrote those randomly. What if I was like, really? You're into murder hentai? Alright. Really? You're into vehicular manslaughter hentai? I mean, I guess, man. Ooh. Fuck you mean you're learning we're pulling a 48732 is fairly normal. Is it? Do I need to look it up right now? I don't think I should. Because watches it's not normal at all and I get traumatized. I'm a pure baby. And y'all would traumatize me on purpose? I'm a gentle soul. I've never done anything lewd or wrong. I might pull up in a Benz. Tell 'em what's up. Tell 'em what's on. Tell 'em what's up. Tell 'em it's on. Whee! Schoolgirl uniform, big breasts and muscle. Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. Damn, that's a surprising lack of tags, actually. I don't know why I expected more. Yeah. Alright, gang. Favorite tags. I asked this earlier and not a single one of you answered. Favorite tags. I'm gonna hold you at gunpoint. At gun shift. Those are main tags. Also, my favorite tag is Yuri. Okay, bet. Simple tag, but I'll take it. Dicks, dips, whatever. I just answered! Oh god. Look, I missed it, okay? I didn't see it! I was looking at my game! Yuri's a solid pick. Solid pick. You would not like my tag? What? Tell me. Tell me or I'm gonna point a gun at you. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna point a gun at y'all anyways. Alright. What's your favorite tag? Give me your favorite in hentai tag, chat. Every single one of you! Every single one of you! None of you are exempt! If you're lurking, get in here! Give me your fucking favorite in hentai tag! Come on! Don't pussy out now! You can do it! I used to be a sex worker. You guys can't surprise me. I wish you could. I wish you could, actually. It would make my life so much better. I want your favorite hentai tag. What tag do you go to primarily whenever you go and look up your hentai during your personal alone time? Because it's not your personal alone time anymore. It's our shared time now. Is what it is. I'm a part of your personal alone time now. Let me in. Alright, I'm reading. Let's see. Tall girl for gore? Alright, I don't know what else I expected. I expected MILF, honestly. Big titties. Femboy. But I'll take tall girl. Okay. Yuri for dog ant. Alright, alright. I think I'm the most vanilla motherfucker out there, but tan girl's pretty high up there. Okay, bet. I have other ones that are high up, but if it's not girls, I'm not interested. Okay, that's fair. There's the obvious MILF tag. Okay, valid, valid. Wait a second, where'd you get those horns from? Shh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Black? Okay, that's fine. Whatever. That's fine. Tan girl, soul female. Okay, okay. Getting some of that solo action over there with Kula. I feel you. I feel that. All right. Tall girl or MILF for gore. All right, all right, all right. Okay, okay, okay. We got furry, interspecies, demon, sprite, pixel, 3D. Okay, okay. Modded, VR chat. VR chat. That's a new one. I personally, VR chat's never done anything for me personally, but more power to you. Gangbang fantasy audio. Okay. Does this my sign that I should start doing audio? Okay. Okay. I think I misunderstood the assignment. No, no, no. No, no, you're good. You're good. When you're jerking it, and Peach is like, hey, jacking off all by yourself, handsome? I know y'all have been telling me to do ASMR for a while. I gotta buy an ASMR mic. If I put an ASMR mic on my throne, would y'all help me fund it? Because right now all my finances are going to 2.0. So I thought I think I might as well ask, right? Is that something y'all would help me fund if I did that? Gangbang is also up there. All right, bet, bet, bet. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I want to cover this song. I've never really thought about it before, but now that I'm thinking about it, I sure do. Hello again, friend of a friend. I knew you well. Our common goal was waiting for the world to end. Now that the truth is us to rule, but you can bend the whip Chase, tipped and tripped the world again. Been in my heart on a wire. Back you up every time, everywhere. Ooh, you rain, ooh, for you. Ooh. Say it! Nick, say it! Everybody else said it! Said it! Say it! Say it! Say it! But also, like, horns. Girls with horns are amazing. Very valid. Expose yourself. Give us the tags. Oh, I have to pull up my hentai to give those to you. Uta? Okay, valid. I would, but I spent 130 bucks on books, so I'm dry at the moment, and I'm getting my friend an $800 computer for her birthday. You're a good friend. You're a good friend, dog ant. Don't you all love me being like, I love my community. We're so kind. Now give me what porn tags you look at when you're alone at night. Spinning my heart on a wire. Lift you up every time, everywhere. Ooh, you'd wait. Ooh, for line. Everyone, anyone. Wee. Ooh. You didn't say yours? You don't know them off the dome? BS. Okay, fine. Breeding. That's a big one. Let's see. Futa. Futa's always good. Let's think. What else do I fit in there? Gangbang is good. I can roll with that. I can roll with one of those. I specifically like Futa on male. Is a good one for me personally. Let's see. I'm not the type of person that like looks up characters. I like yaoi a lot. I read yaoi usually though. I don't usually like go for like yaoi when I'm like doing my hentai. I like to like look at art like drawn on Twitter for my yaoi. I don't know. I'm a little weird that way. Or like archive of our own it. Ooh, I'm a really big Omegaverse fan. So anything involving that, I'm pretty into. Let's see what else. I've got to read more in hentai. I kind of forgot it existed for a while. No, that's very valid. Hole in a Wall is fun. Anything monster related is good for me. I like monsters. Let's see. Public nudity. So like any like having sex in public. That's fun. What else? I don't know. I mix it up a lot, I feel like. I'm not usually like a one in like I get bored easy. So like I have like a handful of things that I know that I like, and then I'll kind of like jiggle around within those. I alternate between them depending on like what I looked at the day before. Ooh, bears. I love Bara. I'm real big on Bara. Specifically Bara Yaoi. Which I think all Bara is Bara Yaoi, but I've never really looked outside of the Bara Yaoi realm, so I'm not... Don't quote me on that. I'm all about fucking on the balcony of a hotel room or apartment. Same. Yeah, that's great. No problems there. God, I'm not gonna be allowed to put this up on YouTube. Oh no. NSFW audio. See, I'm not really into anything audio related, personally. I get like, ugh, like I don't like ASMR. Like my ears are a sensitive thing, and for me that is not. Ooh, sorry, bless me. For me, that is not an arousing thing. That like, blah. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm blind. But my ears are like extremely sensitive to sounds, and it just like, it's too much for me. Mind Break? Mind Break's pretty fun. I could do Mind Break. Some of it is a little too far for me personally. I don't know. Some hentai, I'm like, alright, you took it too far. Like, have y'all ever like looked up like a breeding hentai and you're having a good time reading whatever, being educated in books, and suddenly that woman starts giving birth and you're like, I don't want to be here anymore. Mating press as well. Yeah, those two usually do go together. I don't know, anything feral related I am probably into. I don't really know if there's a tag for that. I've never really bothered to look. Cream pies are good, yeah. I'm not really big on the role play kind of stuff, like teacher, schoolgirl, nurse kind of thing. I don't really care for it. I will say aesthetically, not in like a horny way, just in that I really like the aesthetic. I love art of anime girls in wedding dresses. Hidden public sex or display public sex? Both. Everyone target Nick, he's yet to say it. That's fair. Twitch is gonna hate this combo. Look, Twitch can suck my cock and balls. The only way Twitch can hate this conversation is if somebody reports me to Twitch, and I'll find you. For ruining the good vibes. We're just getting to know each other. We're just really getting to know each other on a deep personal level. I don't see a problem with that. Twitch wants me to foster a good community. How can I do that if I don't get to know them first? Wait, you're blind? How do you play games? I just have really bad eyesight. I wear glasses that are thick as hell. So I'm not like actually blind, but you know, like I don't see well. And that does affect the way I play games sometimes as well. So if I'm ever like really struggling with a game and you see like my model like squinting a bunch, it's because like I'm struggling with my eyesight. That's pretty rare though. The game has to be like really fucking bizarre for it to bother my eyesight that bad. Fuck. Progress, the only thing that'll last. 3005, the year we breathe. Oh my god, we'll survive. To be alone is alive. Ugh. Okay. That didn't do what I thought it was gonna do, but it definitely did something. So I'm not gonna complain. Ugh. I love audio. It's got great coverage of my more niche interests. That's fair. I don't feel like, I feel like I'm honestly pretty vanilla. Like, it is what it is. I think monster fucking is as weird as it gets for me. Like, I think the weirdest it gets for me is, like, I like blood play, but, like, as an aesthetic more than anything else. Like, but I also have a history of self-harm, so I'm not allowed to do that. For, like, safety reasons. It's like a safety thing. Like how you shouldn't go to the bathroom alone. Women with small boobs walking around in a men's swimsuit. That is definitely niche. You are correct. I don't think I've ever heard that before. Look, like I said, I used to be a sex worker, and I ran into some guys with some pretty niche interests. There's a guy that specifically only, like, there's a guy that had like a piss fetish, which is fine, whatever. Like, that's not that niche. It's not that rare, but he specifically only indulged in this with sex workers while he was high on meth. So you would be interacting with this dude who would be fucking, like, high out of his mind, and he'd also want you to instruct him on how much meth he was allowed to smoke that day. Or, like, during that conversation with you. Girls that dress like guys are hot to me. Uh-oh. I gotta run. I'm in danger. And so yeah, it was like a whole thing where he'd pay for like a girlfriend experience. With the inclusion of specific fetishes. But one of the biggest ones for him was a woman controlling how much meth he smoked. It was very fascinating. And I mean that in the kindest of ways. Ended up not being something I could do long term, because I was really scared that he would die. Cause I was like, look, I've never done meth. I don't know what the limits of that are. And I would hate to be the cause of a man's overdose. So that was not a job I took. It made me a little nervous. Oh yeah, and the Fruit Ninja guy. There's a guy who just liked women with swords. So he would pay us, if we already own swords, he would pay us to film ourselves cutting fruit with swords. Fully dressed. Fully clothed. He was my favorite client. I would work for that client for free. I mean, not for free, but I'd work for him exclusively. If he was willing to spend enough money to fucking live, like, cover my life. But there's also a bunch of dudes that are into, like, pregnant girls. So, like, when my coworkers would get pregnant, like, they'd have dudes that would, like, pay for their entire, like, baby wish list that they had on Amazon. Buy every single thing off of it. They'd pretty much bankroll them throughout their entire pregnancy, and then after their pregnancy, they'd vanish into the abyss until waiting for either that worker to get pregnant or another worker to get pregnant. Sword horny guy? Yeah, he was dope. I love him. It was so weird though, because I thought he was fucking with me. I was like, there's no way that you're actually gonna pay for that. And then he sent me the money and I was like, guess I'm going to do some sword ninja shit outside. I went and bought a watermelon for that man. I was like, hell yeah. Dude was great. Like one of those extreme danger kinks? Kind of, yeah. I'll never get to 50k if I spend my points on barks and pets. Good to see a chat full of gooners. They're my chat, Gore. What did you expect? They belong to me. Of course they're gonna be full of gooners. Half of y'all only followed me and checked out my stream because y'all saw these fucking massive tits and were like, maybe. And you can't even lie to me. You can't even lie to me right now and tell me that that's not why you checked out my stream. I know at least half of you only checked out my stream because you saw these massive fucking bahangas and went, maybe she'll be funny. I only need to watch stream with one hand. The world will continue to surprise me. Yeah. I've talked about this on stream before too, but I also had a, like, we would run into like pedophiles and like dudes who were into bestiality all the time. Like the amount of times I had dudes reach out to me and ask if I had kids and I was willing to send them my kids' clothes, like unwashed, is like insane. Every single one of those guys got reported because, the fuck? But there were girls out there who were willing to do it, and that's what they hope for, is that you're just a shitty mom. That you're doing this because you're broke, and not see, like, I was doing it because I wanted to, so, like, I felt way more comfortable turning down requests than a lot of other girls did. But a lot of these guys would hope that you were desperate for money, and that you'd be willing to essentially sell out your own kids because you needed the money that bad. And it's there are definitely parts of that industry I do not miss in the least, and that's one of them. It was actually the game you were playing. Some of these guys were here before the Bahankas. That's true. My old model did not have boobs at all, actually. She was flat-chested. Which is very interesting. I don't know how I went from flat-chested to tits, but I sure did. My old model, well, back when I made my old model, I didn't have tits. Since then, my boobs have just decided to grow at an exponential rate. So that's probably how that happened. I've always wanted my model to look similar to me in some ways, so... I have no idea why I checked you out. I think Ducky rated into you. Oh yeah, probably. I saw Elden Ring and clicked. I think a lot of people showed up because of Elden Ring, actually. I think Elden Ring was a huge, like, follow point for some people. Which, you know, I appreciate that y'all watched me be ass at Elden Ring and went, this is fun, I'll stick around. Because I guarantee you, I would have been like, God, she's awful at this. And I would have dipped. But for whatever reason, a lot of y'all watched me fumble around in Elden Ring and went, I like this. Ooh. Oh yeah, almost 3 years for Dog Ant. That's crazy. Actually, it's because no one else I follow was on. That's very fair. You should have sent them some shit-stained men's underwear in that case. God, I wish. I just stepped away from some chores. We've had a conversation, Treble. We've talked about our hentai, our favorite hentai tags. We've talked about my old career and the weird, like I wouldn't say weird, the interesting people I met through it. We've had a lot of interesting conversations. Why did I drop that there? Dumbass. Sometimes I'm looking at the wrong thing when I drop stuff, and it really pisses me off. Very nice. Damn, that did not roll the way I wanted it to. But I do check out your Twitter and SFW tag. I know! I don't have much going on. I can also put away the gun, I guess. I really don't have much going on in my NSFW. I need to buy more NSFW stuff. I just haven't yet. I think so far all my NSFW is probably just fan art at this point. I do have some NSFW artists I have bookmarked to buy, but I've just kind of been pushing it off and waiting. I should probably get into that soon. Ducky's why you started watching me? That's fair. Ducky Peach Shop on Amazon stream? I can just ask her. Here, I'll text her real quick. Hold on. Hold on. Hey Ducky, chat is asking when we can go Amazon shopping on stream again. Alright, I've asked her. Her dog got neutered, so she's being dog mommy right now. I love Ducky. When you see a streamer play your niche game in their ass is so true. What happened to power wash them? It was downloading. Let me see if it still is. I don't think it is. Nope, it paused, so it's still downloading. I don't know why it paused, but it did. We watched Elden Ring for the determination. True. I'm so excited for the DLC though. Alright, Power Wash Sim is going again. I had to... For some reason, the download stopped. Oh, it's because my PC was trying to download another game. What the fuck? I was trying to update another game. Dickhead. There's no such thing as bad art. There's just art that's new. You know, like, I wouldn't call it bad art. I'd just call it art that has the potential to be better. You know what I mean? Art with potential. And honestly, all art has potential because all art could get better. I don't think there's such thing as being a perfect artist, you know? Like, there's definitely artists who, like, I love their style. But that's not to say, like, their art couldn't get better one day. The dog did nothing and lost his balls. I know, poor thing. Oh yeah, there are definitely bad farts, for real, for real. And usually it's my dogs. Speaking of, Merlin's gotta go to the vet tomorrow, and I'm really hoping. So y'all remember when I asked for y'all to help me pay for his, he got that really bad sickness like 2 years ago. And I did that stream to raise money because it cost like $2,000 for surgery for this illness that could have killed him. And then afterwards he got that fucking, what we thought was a tumor on his leg. And it turned out to just be like not a tumor, but I had to take like time off stream because he couldn't walk. Do you remember all that? Yeah, when we played Okami. Hi Morrison! How are you? Some of y'all were here for that, some of y'all weren't. So it's okay if not all of y'all remember it. Either way, he's got another one of those fucking things on his leg again that we had to pay for him to get surgery to have taken off last time. And we don't know what it is this time. So he's got to go to the vet and get updated shots tomorrow because we're about to go on vacation. And I want to make sure he's all taken care of before then. But I'm a little worried that it keeps coming back. So... Also, my cat, you remember I was like on Twitter like a week ago and I was like, I paid $450 for this fucking cat. Yeah, it turns out, good thing that we did because she was real close to ending up with like bladder stones or like kidney failure. So we caught that before it got bad. So she's on new food and she seems to be feeling a lot better. So... I went from going, they told me my cat's just fucking fat, to, oh my god, there's actually something wrong with her. It's been a crazy week. Could it be a cyst or a fat tumor? Yeah, that's what I'm hoping it is. Last time it was ringworm? that for whatever reason took the form of a mass. Like, even his vets were like shook. Like, we had them cut it off and have it biopsied. And when they got the biopsy back, they were like, we have never actually seen that before. He was like, I learned about it in vet school, but I've never seen it. But the surgery, because of where it was, it's like on the tendon in his leg, was super painful for him. And to the point that like my very sweet, not aggressive dog like almost bit Gore because it hurt so bad. So I'd like to not have to do that biopsy again if possible. Because I just, it was so painful. It was hard for me to watch. I took a good handful of days off stream. I stayed up like 24/7 with him. I was up with him all night to make sure that he was okay, and had Gore stay up with him during the day while I was asleep. It was a lot. Oh yeah, the wiggle they do is so cute. Some NSFW worked on video game art? Huh. Maybe one of those tumors with like the teeth and hair. Maybe. I hate that you reminded me that those exist though. Why would you do that to me? There we go. There will come a soldier who carried a mighty sword. He will tear your city down. Ole, ole, oh Lord. Arf! Ole, 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 oh Lord. He will tear your city down. Ole, ole, oh Lord. There will come a ruler in whose weapon is his word. He'll destroy you with his tongue. Ole, ole, oh Lord. Ole, 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 oh Lord. He will slay you with his tongue. Ole, ole, oh Lord. I love this song so much. It's such a good song. There will come a ruler whose brow was laid in thorn, smeared with oil like David's boy. Ole, ole, oh Lord. Ole, 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 oh Lord. Smeared with oil like David's boy. Ole, ole, oh Lord. Ole, 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 oh Lord. He will tear your city down. Ole, ole. Oh. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Nope. That didn't go to plan. Being slain by a song sounds very sexual now that I think about it. A little bit. Just try not to think about it too hard. Oh God. I have ridden thousands of miles. I have survived the deadliest trials I've fought through battles you can't even dream. Oh, fuck me. Sword and shield are all that I had. Conquer the evil over the land at the basin of light. At the end of our schemes is the thought of your peppermint creams. I'm talking about your boobies! Fuck me. The peppermint creams are your boobies, your boobalicious boobies. Oh god! Alright. Lost in stark of eternal night, failing my quest meant the end of my life, and things were the worst. I wanted to scream, but I thought of your peppermint creams. Now I reel and pray to the gods against broken cities and crumbling facades, that I shall return and make you my queen. Get your peppermint creams! Peppermint creams! Also refers to your sweet butt. Oh, your ass cheeks from heaven. Oh! Which do I like more, your boobs or your butt? It's Ninja Sex Party. Have they made any more recent songs? I think so. I haven't listened to them in a while, though. I shall not bid you adieu. You are my princess, and I will always love you. Boobs. It's the boobs. The artist used to do SFW. He did art for Street Fighter. Oh, I think I heard about that. I need to get more NSFW art, honestly. Today's stream is kind of spiraled up the deep end a little bit, but it's fine. I'm your dad. Boobs! Me. Hey, chat, do you know I'm your dad? I don't know if you knew that. Oh, I'm your dad! I'm your dad! I'm your dad! I'm your dad! Call me daddy! In my man cave made for sports. In my sports! In my sports! Fucking sports! Oh, I'm my dad! I'm your dad! I'm your dad! Call me daddy! And be fast in my fast car, fast car, fast car, fast car! Fuck my car! Oh, I'm your dad! I'm your dad! I'm your dad! Call me daddy! Do you like how I just claim myself as your father's? I'm your dad. Bum 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 bum. And I got a really big dick. Never forget, chat, that I have a really big dick. Oh, I'm your dad! I'm your dad! I'm your dad! Call me daddy! Fast car, NASCAR! Noted. Thank you. Chat, I need you to be aware of my really big dick because nobody else in my life is, and it makes me a little sad. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Fuck me. Jojo, pose, pose, pose. Jojo, pose, pose, pose. Jojo, pose. Fun fact, I actually hate JoJo's Bizarre Adventure because every man I've ever dated that liked it cheated on me. It's lore time! It's lore time, buckle in, it's lore time. It's lore time to learn lore about your favorite streamer. I feel like you told us this before to this exact song. Oh, I know I've mentioned it before because it still pisses me off to this day. So I know I've mentioned it. Is it to this exact song? Probably. My music taste isn't that diverse. JoJo's great, but it really sucks about that last part you said! I feel like chat is doing the equivalent of that, my girlfriend turned into the moon. That sucks, man. Every time I tell y'all random facts. Boom, 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 boom. I never cheat on you. I'd use my Jolene Cujo theme strap. Oh my god. Honestly, Jolene's fine. She can get it. Hit me up. Whenever I am alone with you. Alright, we're gonna get real emotional. Hold on. Get ready. You make me feel like I am home again. Whenever I'm alone with you. Damn, I came in too early. Shit. Hold up. You make me feel like I am whole again. A part of this requires me to get really close to the mic, so for those of you with fucking voice fetishes, this is for you. Since we talked about our favorite hentai earlier. Ever I'm alone with you. It makes me feel like I am young again. Whenever I'm alone with you. You make me feel like I am fun again. However long away, I will always love you. However long I stay, I will always love you. Whatever words I say, I will always love you. I will always love you. I love this song, man. This song is so good. Oh god. I panicked. I don't know how I saved myself. Alright, get ready. Whenever I'm alone with you, you make me feel like I am fine again. Whenever I'm alone with you, you make me feel like I am me again. However long away, I will always love you. However long I stay, I will always love you. Whatever words I say, I will always love you. I will always love you. Song's fucking banger. Alright, let me move the mic away from my face. I had that mic up close. God, I could feel my own breath. It's fucking ridiculous, man. That mic was way too close. That probably sounded like ass. I don't need no fucking dough. All right, I guess we're back to the heat. I don't know how we got here. Hermes? Jolene can make her own trap. Does it shoot string? Fuck yeah, it does! Sorry, I wasn't reading chat. I was like focused on the game and then also singing. I can't. Okay, so when I sing, I know I've talked about this before. I cannot hear myself when I sing because my music is always way too loud. So I always feel like I'm really off tune. Am I? I don't know, but I always feel like I am. So if I just got real close to the mic and off tune singed at y'all, sorry. You have such a soothing singing voice. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. It's also why I talk so loud. It's because I genuinely cannot hear myself. I have no idea. I think I unintentionally talk way louder than I need to just because of the fact that I can't hear myself very well. Oh no. Oh no. Alright. Maybe this is fine. Maybe. Let me check on Power Wash. Okay, Power Wash is almost done. So we'll probably get this game and then it should be done after this game. Hello. Hello. America, yeah. Hello. 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 Fucking love that audio. It's so cute. If y'all don't know what I'm talking about, I'll pull it up. But it's super fucking adorable. Perfect pitch. Gore, you're just down bad for me. You would say that no matter how off tune I was. He is correct though. Oh, I appreciate it. I don't trust shit that man says about me on stream. He's biased. Alright, I gotta skip the country because every time I listen to country music, we lose viewers. God knows we can't afford to lose viewers! We need them to tell us what their favorite in hentai tag is. God damn it. Pump it! Pump it! Pump it! Pump it! Pump it, chat! Ah! Losing viewers in this economy? God, I know. I'm about to go on vacation, and then I'm not gonna be able to stream for a week. That's a week worth of revenue I'm about to lose. Just admit to Treasure thing's gonna be the shit. F-R-E-S-H fresh. Rock. Alright. Turn it up. Turn it up. Turn it up. Pump it. Pump it. Pump it. Touch! Okay, sorry. It pisses me off when they don't touch. When they're like right up next to each other but they don't touch, it pisses me off to no end. Dude. Dude. Shut down! Huh? Huh? B-L-A-C-K-Y-E-D-E to the E, then the A to the S. When you probably shake your ass, shake it, shake it, shake it, girl. Make sure you don't break it, girl, because we've been turn it up, turn it up. Fucking song's a banger. There we go! Yo, yo. Bullshit. Yeah, who hasn't said their tags yet? Nick, did you ever say your tags? I don't think you did. Nick, you're saying who hasn't said your tags yet? I don't think you ever did. Wait a minute. I don't recall you saying your tags, sir. Are you asking to take the blunt off your? Oh, he did? Okay, okay, okay. I can't recall. We were talking about a lot. Come on, baby, do it. La da 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 da. Almost area. Blow your mind. I fucked it. La da dee da. Oh, Power Wash Simulator is ready to play. All right, let's go. Let's finish this game and then we'll go. Fuck! There we go. Squeeze it in. Squeeze it in, game. Nah, it's not. It's not gonna squeeze in. I fucked it. I ruined all of our chances at success. Damn. Powerpuff Simulator? You did earlier? I said you missed them? Ah, damn. I missed it! Shit! Congrats on making Goober! Alright, let's get... Actually, real quick, I'm also gonna open up my throne and just add that ASMR mic just cause we talked about it and I've been talking about it for a while. Let me... hold on. I think Throne actually has an ASMR mic. Oh god, there's some stuff on my wish list that, like, is expired. Also, I know I've said this in the past, but I'm gonna say this again because some of y'all weren't here for it. I have a Throne wish list. If you type in !wish list, it'll pop up in chat. Anything you buy on that, I will take photos with and send proof to you that I have received it, and thank you publicly. It'll also show up on stream if you buy something while I'm live. If you buy something while I'm not live, it'll show up on my Twitter page. There's stuff on there for me, there's figures, there's food, there's stuff on there for my dog, there's stuff on there for streams, like games. There's stuff on there for my house, there's stuff on there for Bunny, if y'all would ever like to buy Bunny gifts. Either way, that exists. But if you buy, I have, from time to time, I put lingerie or like sexy related outfits on there. Should you ever buy any of those outfits, I will then post photos of myself in those outfits on Twitter. I don't do it often, but I will put that kind of stuff on my wish list from time to time. So if that's ever something that you would like to see is me in lingerie, check out my Throne, because there's a possibility I may have added some stuff to my Throne. Now let me grab that ASMR mic and add that on there real quick. And then... oh my god, it's expensive. I never realized how expensive those things are. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna add this to our wish list, but we're gonna make it crowdfunding, so because of how expensive it is, you guys can just put money towards it. Like, y'all can put as low as $1 to it, towards it, if you would like. But that way you guys can all just kind of put money up to it. Y'all don't have to, like, pay for it outright. So we'll do that. As a crowd-funded thing. God, why is Planet Coaster so fucking expensive? Help me! Well, hold on. So, there are other items like that that are listed as popular. Oh. Hold on, let me see if 3DO is what it's called? 3DO. I think they have a cheaper version. Let me see. No, not Dio from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Hold on. Let me see if they have a cheaper version. Because that is very expensive. I'm gonna spend the next few hours bashing my skull into it. God, are you learning from me? Okay, let me see. Because I swear when I added it... I swear there were other ones I saw that were a little cheaper. Why is it in house? Weird. Let's do streaming. You beat my score. Fuck! I'm so bad at that game. You could do it, thank you. Well, let me look at streaming real quick and see. Here, I'll let y'all watch. I'll let you guys watch. There you go. Or not. Oh. There you go. Now y'all can see. Alright, let's see. Streaming related. Wow, it really is on. I'm gonna add this. This is just for me though, so y'all don't need to buy me that. That's just because I want it. Oh yeah, the Tree Sentinel. I did the same thing. I think I spent a whole stream just going after the Tree Sentinel. Okay, because this one's $2,000. That's too much though. Let's see. Let's see, gang. Oh, an air purifier is nice. I'm just adding other things. Oh, what, my Throne wish list? Yeah, I love Throne. It's been honestly it's been a great way for people to be able to buy me things if they want to, without like giving away too much information on either side. And I've honestly never had issues with them. They've always been fantastic. So I really do love them. See, that's the one. Oh, don't look at that. Don't look at that. That's 650. I think that's the one I just added. Why is that under home? Jesus. Yeah, so I saved right before I started New Game Plus on my stream account, so I think I'm just gonna go back and do it that way, because I'd rather not do it on New Game Plus, but if I have to, then I have to. It is what it is. It's not the end of the world. What happens if I just type in ASMR? Like, in general. Yeah, I guess that is the cheapest option. It's the 651. I don't know why I thought there was gonna be less. Oh well. Well, anyways, yeah, that's my wish list. There's so much stuff on there that y'all can buy for me if y'all want to. See, that's the caveat. It's if y'all want to. I have a non-New Game Plus too, but I'm stuck on Mr. Mog. Oh my god, I fucking melted that man. Poor thing, didn't stand a chance. Okay. Let me get the actual game booted up. And then we'll probably play for about an hour. I think. Bow, bow, Let's see, where is it? Oh yeah, spellcasters take hella damage. I will say, I'm not usually a like manual like fighter like I was, like a physical fighter like I was when I played on stream. I usually do spellcasting. But I kind of fell in love with it, so I can't really complain. I love that sword. I love the Bloodhound Fang. It's fantastic. I'm still eating my nacho fries, by the way, so I'm sorry. Alright, what else out of pocket can we talk about today? I wrote my will in ancient texts. Do any of y'all speak any dead languages? Just a random question. Nikula, that is not at all what I asked. Oh, there's the game. Not a single one of y'all speaks a dead language. A little disappointed. I speak English barely. Oh god, here we go. Okay, good. Fun fact, I used to be able to speak the language of the blue people from the Avatar movie. I had never watched Avatar until about a year ago. I speak English barely. By dead language, do you mean French? No! I speak the universal language, Romance. I don't know, Gore, maybe. We'll talk about that later. Oh, we got more bonus jobs? Ooh. Let's go back to career, because this is what we were working on. The Warhammer expansion for this game is cool. I've never played Warhammer. But see, the risk is I have to be careful. Because if I get into Warhammer... Taka is gonna fucking jump me. Takahata, he's going to fucking jump me. And immediately drag me into his Warhammer spiel, so I have to like watch myself. That man's gonna be like, come play Warhammer with me. And I'll be in danger, so. What are my settings? There we go, that should be better. I can just hear them now. How did you let us down? Baby, from what I found. No clear from this way around. Oh yeah, there we go, that's better. Those were times. He's gotten so many already. I know! I refuse to be added to his list of VTubers that he's gotten into fucking Warhammer. I refuse. I'm better than this. I refuse to be added to this man's list of VTubers that he's gotten in to fucking Warhammer. It's not gonna happen. And I don't care.
Gorians Moores gifted a tier 1 sub to Nick 6997.
Gore, thank you so much for the gifted sub.
Gift subs in the channel.
God damn. That's a lot of money. Gore, how much money is that? Gore, but thank you so much for the gifted sub. Nick, enjoy your gifted sub. I haven't watched Talk in a while. Is he still on break? He is. He's been talking to me about coming back soon, though. I hope he does. It'd be nice. It'd be nice to see him back doing stuff at the Weary again. No, you don't think it's fake. Maybe fake's what I like. Why are my oxygen levels so low? Are they mine? Oh boy. Let's do the long extension. There we go, baby. Feel like a brand new person. I don't remember how I make it auto shoot. Join the nuns with guns, we have flamethrowers. I believe it. But I think it'd be nice for Taka to come back here soon. I know a lot of people have really missed him. It's been almost 2 hours. It has been, yeah. I mean, it's almost been 3 hours since I started streaming. Did you know the Warhammer Marines have 4 balls and 3 what? Huh? Oh no, Taka will be returning. I do know that for a fact. I just don't know when. I do know though that he does have plans to come back. I just don't know exactly when he's planning on coming back. And even if I did know, it's not my place to share. You know, that's for him to share when he's ready. Oh. I don't think the ball and dig thing is true, but they do have 3 lungs and 2 hearts. Oh, okay. Hey, Peach. Yeah, Gore, what's up? Best emote combo. Are those his? No. Or... No. No. Gore. I'm gonna puke. No. Gore. Oh, Maximilian, dude. Oh. Okay. Alright, let me grab the wheel. I might actually throw up. I might actually throw up. Alright. Alright, it's wheel time. Okay. Oh, I might throw up. Okay. Let me grab the right music for this. Did I remove Kari? Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, I removed him. He's off the list now. Hold on. I gotta select the proper music for this. Hold on. 1 second. Where is that playlist at? I haven't used it in a long time. Okay. Would Yakety Sax be important for this? No, I got it. Alright. Let's fucking do this shit, I guess. Oh, I'm so nauseous. I'm so nauseous, but we're gonna spin it. Alright. Oh, I'm so nauseous. Oh, okay. Okay, it's Valentine. Whew. Okay, Valentine. I can do Valentine. I've talked to Valentine a little bit before. I can do Valentine. Okay. I can do Valentine. For those of you who don't know, oops. Yeah, the vampire cowboy. This is Valentine. She's very kind. She's good peoples. She's cool. She's nice. I've spoken to her before. As you can see, we are mutuals. So that was not the worst first pick. I will be honest. So, honestly, that's a good, gentle in. So I'll take it. I want her so bad! Oh, y'all are unwell. Alright, this is a good starting place. Alright, how should I do this? I'm gonna do it live, by the way. So, how should I do this? How should I chat? Give me, how do you talk to people? Alright, hold on. God, I legitimately got dizzy. I got dizzy. I got so nervous. I got dizzy. Okay, what are you doing? Good looking. No. I need to explain. Alright, hey Val. This might be a bit weird. However, all caps. However, I have recently made a wheel spin redeem, so chat could force me out of my comfort zone. Could force me out of my comfort zone and get me to reach out to creators that I look up to or want to befriend, and you ended up being my first ever wheel spin. I'm hella nervous. Ah, the bark scared me! But would you like to get to know one? It sounds like I'm asking her out. And maybe be friends. It's okay if you say no. I will completely understand. All caps. Alright. Alright. Hey Val, this might be a bit weird. However, I recently made a wheel spin redeem so chat could force me out of my comfort zone and get me to reach out to creators that I look up to or want to befriend, and you ended up being my first ever wheel spin. Yay! I'm hella nervous, but would you like to maybe get to know one another and maybe be friends? It's okay if you say no. I will completely understand. Does that sound good? Does that sound fine? I know it sounds like I'm asking her out, but I'm not, damn it! I'm not asking her out. I'm not asking her out, I promise. Does that sound okay, chat? Chat, does that sound okay? Am I coming off as needy? Chat, please, am I coming off as needy? Listening to the song about lesbians. Send her a video clip. Oh, no, it's fine. Oh, I'm sweating so bad. Thank you for the pet. I'm sweating. Worst case, she won't reply. Worst case for who? Because honestly, that might bring me a little bit of peace. Worst case is she messages me back and is like, fucking weirdo, and then just leaves it that. That's worst case. Okay, I'm pushing send. I'm pushing here. I'll bring the mic down to the keyboard so y'all can hear it. All right, ready? Let's push send. Oh, I pressed send. Oh, I want to kill myself. Oh, I pressed send. I want to die. I'm so nervous. I'm so scared. Ah! Okay, okay. We're removing her name off the list. Who should I replace her name with? Yeah, I should have just sent her a dick pic. Gore's right. Shit! I didn't think about sending her a dick pic! Fuck! I'm taking my meds. Adding Alara? Okay, I'll replace her with Alara. I think me and Alara are mutuals too, so that's okay. I'll replace her with Alara. Alright, we're gonna enter Alara. Okay. Alara has been added to the list. Ugh. I'm gonna take my medicine real quick. Yeah, you can only use the redeem once per stream because I refuse to go through this I refuse to go through this anxiety-inducing thing more than once per stream. I refuse. It won't happen. Alright. We did it! God, that did sound like I was asking her out, though, huh? The aquatic ape theory. What the fuck is this bitch talking about? I'm just trying to power wash, man. Replace Carius? Oh, shit. Yeah, no, you're right. Who should I replace Carius with? You're still in the Gooba Ball category? Fuck! You're so right. Hold on, let me fix that. Power wash simulator. Okay, I fixed it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Replace Carius. Who should I replace Carius with? Hold on, let me go through my follower count and find somebody. You know Doll? Which one? Joel? Heads up, I'm saving and I'm almost at 13k. Oh, terrified. Who am I following? Tane Tenshi? I don't know who that is. Hold on, let me look that up. Tane Tenshi? Chelsea Bits? Who are these people? I don't know these people. Tane Tenshi? Who is Tane Tenshi? Oh, I've never seen her before. She's pretty though. Go big or go home, add Guar? Absolutely not, Gore. I had to unfollow Gore the other day because, or a couple months ago actually, because she kept posting Lolicon stuff and it was like really upsetting. She's Canadian? Oh, okay. Doll is super nice and supports a lot of other VTubers. What Doll? I don't know if I know who that is. Da 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 da. I think I should maybe add another person that doesn't, I don't know. Let's just look at all followers. All the people I'm following. Oh wait, I need to see who I'm following. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. There we go. Attain is currently streaming. Oh, okay. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna add Uwu Market to this in place of Carius. And I'll reach out to them about merch. How does that sound? Since I have some sponsorships on here as well. Okay, I'll drop them a follow and then I'll check them out after stream, and we'll if I vibe with them, I'll add them to the list. How does that sound? Chelsea Bits. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me look. While I'm sitting here. Chelsea Bits. Doll, Chelsea. I have never seen them before. Huh. Okay. I will.
We can't fit them all.
Oh god, loud. I also need to add Dr. Pepper. Okay, we'll talk about that. All right, message is sent. I need stress relief. Ah! God damn it! I need stress relief, so we're gonna power wash because oh, that made me so nervous, guys. That made me so nervous. I was so scared it was gonna be like someone huge. Yes, I know. I know you're not done. I know. God damn. I don't know why I was so nervous that it was gonna be somebody like super famous, considering I technically have spoken to a lot of really famous people since I've become VTubers, and like that's the thing is I don't place people on a pedestal. That feels weird to me. But that doesn't mean that I don't get a little nervous about view count numbers, and it doesn't make me a little anxious because it does make me worry. I know, especially in the VTuber community, that it's very easy to feel like newer VTubers are only reaching out to you because they want the clout. I don't give a shit about clout. I don't give a shit. Like, to me, celebrities are just human beings that make more money than me, which is most other human beings. But I can't deny the fact that I recognize that it's easy for them to not trust people with a smaller view count because of the fact that, like, a lot of times those people are trying to use them, and that's not my intention at all. I just genuinely find them, like, cool people, and I just want to get to know them. But it makes me nervous either way, because I don't want to come off as though I'm, like, make me famous, because I don't. That's not why I'm reaching out to you. I'm reaching out to you because I think you're really cool, and I want to tell you that you're really cool. You know? But I don't know how to say that without it coming off as, like, manipulative or even more awkward than I already am. Have you heard about Brett Ultimus? I haven't. I found them in so many VTuber chats, like a minimum of 10 so far. Damn, I have no idea who that is. No, tell me about it. Less than the quiet... Yeah, no, tell me more about this. This sounds like something I've not heard of yet. Dr. Pepper. It's a cool 2D YouTuber D&D guy. Oh, interesting, interesting. Thank you, Gore. I'm glad you're proud of me. I'm sorry for getting so anxious, chat. You guys are very kind to me, and y'all are very good to me. I'm sorry for being so scared. I know I don't need to be this nervous about everything that I do, but I really am. I really do struggle with human relationships. But I also need y'all to know that like there are people on this list that have less followers than me. So it really is not about like follower count that makes me anxious. I am just anxious in general. I would just like to make that clear. When it was said and done, you'll be right as a woman and I. Alright, let's grab this real quick. Feeling that you can't fight my one. Turn. Turn and, okay, can't get that close. Okay. Oh, yeah, sometimes the music does that. I don't know why. I'm trying to figure it out still. All I ask for is a little bit of patience while I try and figure that out, because I'm not 100% sure why it's doing that either. miss? Back from dinner, what'd you miss? Gore forced me to talk to somebody by spinning the wheel. So, I got anxiety. I did it! But I do have anxiety about it now. It's so fucking scary, but if you look at it from the outside, yeah, Gore sent me a thing earlier that I don't remember who it was made the tweet. It's a big name VTuber though. I know that. I think she's a voice actress. Mem. I was like, I know who it is. Like I can picture their face in my head. Is Mem. Mem made a post that was talking about the fact that she wanted to make more VTuber acquaintances, but like she was really nervous about it, and then she was thinking about it, and she was like, what if they're also really nervous about reaching out to me, and then neither of us reach out to each other because we both are so anxious. And I was like, I'm gonna be so real with you, girl. Like that's exactly where I'm at. Like, I hate to admit it, girlfriend, but that's exactly where I'm at. But yeah, no, like, I feel her on that, though. Like, I'm so nervous. I want to make new acquaintances, new friends. I would love to have acquaintances that go from acquaintances into friends. Lord knows I need more friends. But I'm so scared of reaching out. And, like, logically, my brain knows, like, I could have more acquaintances, but they might also be afraid of reaching out to me. So you can't rely on other people to reach out to you forever. But I'm also like, but what if I can? You know? Like, what if I can just rely on other people to reach out to me forever because it makes me nervous to reach out to them? God, I love when I hit a bunch all at once. VTubers tend to be chronic introverts. Yeah, we sure do. What the fuck is happening? If you're anywhere near Muckingham, you need to get out right now. Is there a bomb about to hit? I'm gonna need you to leave me alone. Even if there's a nuke, I have a job that I've been hired to do. So, you know. Name or repeat. I was hired to do this job. I can't just not do it. You know what I mean, like... The jungle calls my bluff. Oh no, Benzo. That's why they're VTubers and not flesh tubers. Well, so fun fact about that. I started out like streaming IRL. I decided to start to do it that way before becoming a VTuber, because if I really enjoyed streaming IRL, but my biggest hangups were about like having to look presentable, then I should switch to VTubing. So it's kind of funny that you say that. All right, look at that head. Starting to look beautiful. No pain, no gain, no dead, no bread. Yeah. I don't know. I'm full of fear, and I know I'm not alone in that. I think chronic anxiety comes for everyone. But ugh. I'm missing something here. It's probably under the chin. Alright, if I had to guess. Oh, well, that's clean. We're 84%. That's not bad. Alright. Can I jump on top of his head from here? Sure can. Haha. Not to mention the YouTube channel you had in high school. Yeah, that is still up to this day. People can just go look at videos of us from high school. Do you know how weird that is? That anytime people can just go and like pull up. Oh god, yeah, I was a vlogger in high school. God, I wanted to be Dan and Phil so bad. Juniper might be a great choice as she's a VTuber that also does FleshTuber streams. Does she really? I knew that, I mean, I know she's a VTuber, I follow her, but I didn't know she did FleshTuber stuff. Good for her. I do love Juniper, so I might have to add her to the list. I think she's fantastic. She's such a hard worker, honestly. It's kind of iconic. Let's switch to just short extension is fine. There we go. Boom, boom. But I do think she's really cool, so maybe I should add her to the list. You have to play the car wash song from the 1970s on it. Will do. I think I've done a lot of car wash levels already. I've never even thought about doing that song, honestly. I used to just only do anime openings because I was worried about copyright, and now I don't care. I have my audio separated now, so I'm not as worried about it anymore. Alright. Just trying to get the top of the head the best that I can. Baby, don't wait too long. Much of a talker, baby you. Can I drink from your water, baby you? Boop 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 boop. VTubing is expensive. Yeah, it's super expensive. I've already spent almost $2,000 on my new model. So, for my 2.0, and I'm not even halfway, we're not even halfway done yet, so. Another timeline, I'd be a VTuber. Baby, you could be a VTuber now if you wanted. You just don't have the time for it. However, if I become famous... Circling back, if I become famous, Gore can be a VTuber because he'd be able to quit his day job because I'd be making enough money. And Gore can make VTuber Yu-Gi-Oh content. His lifelong dream. He could be a YouTube and Pokemon VTuber. Oh, Gore already said that. Damn. Fuck. Yu-Gi-Oh tuber. I'm about to drop $75 on a VTuber design sheet. Oh, fuck yeah. Honestly, $75 on a design sheet's not bad at all. I usually spend about $200, so. Yeah. Oh, God. This is enough to make me a little claustrophobic. And dizzy. Where have all the good men gone, and where are all the guards? Where's the streetwise Hercules to fight the rising odds? Isn't there a white knight upon his fiery steed? Late at night I toss and I turn and dream of what I need. I need a hero. I'm holding out for a hero till the end of the night. He's gotta be strong and he's gotta be fast and he's gotta be fresh from a fight. I need a hero. I'm holding out for a hero till the morning light. He's gotta be strong and he's gotta be food and he's gotta be larger than life. Do da da doom da da doom ga yeah. Wildest fantasy. Somebody was selling a model for $100. Oh yeah, honestly, if you can get like a cheap model, go for it, because like you don't even know if you're gonna really enjoy VTubing until you've done it, you know? So if you can budget for a cheap model to at least start with until you know whether or not you like it, then I say go for it. I did not do that. I got a full custom model right off the bat, but I already knew that I love streaming. And I already knew that I loved, like, entertaining, because I've been entertaining for pretty much my whole life, so... that wasn't really a question for me. It's above. My literal... one of my last jobs I had prior to VTubing was LARPing for a living. Oh, that volcano's about to erupt. That's fine. That's a problem for me later. Doom da da doom da da doom yeah. Oh god. Doom da da doom da da doom yeah. Whoop 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 and whoop. What's the design like? Gore's? Fable? Gore, are you talking about Fable? I need to know which design Gore's talking about before I can describe it for you, because Gore's got a good handful of designs. Because if you're talking about Fable, chat, y'all will get to see Fable in my lore video that I'm doing for my 2.0. Either or? Oh, okay, okay. I didn't know if you had like a set idea of what you, of who you wanted. So I was like, if you're talking Fable, Fable's gonna be in my lore, so... in my lore video I do for my 2.0, so... y'all have seen Fable. I've showed off Fable before. Where one well away. It's been a little bit, though. I think you have Newt. Yeah, I've shown off Newt's design. I can show it off again, though. I think she's still here. I knew right alone lie. Something I want you to feel. She is still here. Hold on. Where'd she go? There she is. There she is. That's Fable. She's a good girl. Not really. I think calling her a good girl is subjective. But she is really cool. I like her a lot. And she'll be in Tragedy's lore for the lore video. So... her and Tragedy have a little bit of history. Don't up dream on my way. Oh yeah. I forgot I could get down this low. There we go. Gotta get down by the fins, you know what I mean? God damn. Shave that back. My boy's got a nasty ass back. Damn. You can take her down now. Are you sure? You sure y'all weren't having a good time? I'm gonna be honest, I just forgot. I'm a little bit of a dopey dumbass, and I just kind of forgot, if you want to be honest. Oh god. Who is that? That's Gore's OC. Her name is Fable. And her and Tragedy live in the same universe. You'll see more of her come future. Ugh. And 1,000 times I've seen this road. You guys are gonna become very familiar with her. Her design was actually done by the same woman who did my Ancient Tragedy design. I say woman, she's like 15. She's fucking amazing though. They're underground, I've got no roots, but my home is never on the ground. Alright, we gotta get up. Up. But no, we love Fable. But I don't know. Okay, I'm actually starting to breathe a little better now. My anxiety's kind of dying out a little bit. I just, oh god, I forgot. I didn't realize how scared doing that was gonna make me. I can't even lie. I really did not realize just how nervous doing that was gonna make me. I'm okay though. We're okay. No, nobody replied. I'm just anxious. Well, actually, she may have replied. I don't know. Bum 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 bum. Ugh. I'm still nervous about spinning the wheel to begin with. I don't know why. Oh, thank you for the stretch and the hydrate. But I don't know. The wheel is not a bad idea. It's not. But I regret coming up with it sometimes. Because it is an anxiety-inducing idea. Alright, we are 98% done. Let's use that extra long. Get inside the ear, you know what I mean? Do a quick brush over. Make sure everything looks good. And then we'll narrow down what we're missing. You know what I mean? Okay, I think something we're missing on this ear. Maybe from the back. It's good to reach out to people. Yeah, it is good. I don't disagree. It makes me nervous, is all. Oh yeah, I forgot to do the back of the helmet. Be proud of yourself. I'm trying. I gotta wait for the nausea to go away first. Alright, gotta just get in those crevices, you know what I mean? You know what I mean, gang? You gotta get in all those crevices. Alright, we're 99% completed. We're almost there. Alright, there's the back slab done. That shoulder slab still needs some work. Okay, got it, got it, got it. Ooh, that arm slab still needs some work too. The fuck? What part of it? This little tiny part right here? What am I missing? It's probably on the bottom. Get the ear a little bit. Ooh, we got that part. What the fuck? What is so big? Oh, the face. There's something I'm missing here. We'll figure it out. Silly, silly fools. And that ear needs... Some people would just say no. Yeah. Well, so I'm the one that came up with the wheels. And then immediately regretted it. That wasn't a chat thing. That was a me thing. And the temptation to go, never mind, I've changed my mind, is so real. But I really do want to be better. And I really do want to try and get out of my shell more, and you can't do that if you just give up immediately, you know? No matter how much you just want to give up immediately. I feel like all of this part is just gonna be underneath the statue at this rate. You know what I mean? Oh, the crest is done. Alright, let's try and get a different angle on it. You know, I don't know. Sorry, my chats are slow to respond. No, it's fine. Oh, fuck. You don't ever need to apologize for that. I do not mind. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. Secret destroyers. Oh, there's that part done. Alright, let's switch. Alright, there's the bottom of that face. Even though I know. Alright. Alright, there's that piece. What's wrong with this ear? Have you played The Wolf Among Us? Yes, actually, I have. I actually really liked it. It's a very fun game. The rat in a cage. Oop, I missed. Can I pick you up? Yeah, poor Snow indeed. You want... Oh, can I not... Alright, let's see. What are we missing? Arm slabs. Hmm. Hmm. Alright. Thank you for the bark! It scares me every time I'm not expecting it. It's so close. Hmm. Alexa Life? Interesting. I don't think I know who that is. The fuck? Hold on. Options, that's what I was looking for. General... Dirt details? Oh. Hmm. Controls, that's what I was looking for. It cannot be saved. Tab, okay. That's what I thought, okay. You can tab. Oh, I think I have to click off that and then tab. Nope. Nope. All right, let's start from the down here. Necklace. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, supposedly there is supposed to be a new one, but it's made by like a different company, I think. I don't really know like a whole lot about it. But supposedly it's made by a different company because, you know, the OG company went out of business. But no, my roommate loved that game. And so I played it with them. They played it a good handful of times. But they had me play it with them. Alright, bet. Helmet slab. You. And I had a good time. It was a fun game. Oh, I see the dirt. Excuse me. Got it. Sometimes you just gotta, like, get in the crevices, you know what I mean? Makes me a little dizzy though. Alright. Ah, my ear itches, help! Okay, never mind, I got it. You're like, I'm like, Chad, help me! Alright, we gotta get up. Whee! God, we're so close to being done. There's something wrong with his ear. I can't figure it out though. Ugh. Come on. Complete it. Oh, there we go. Alright. Alright, we got the ear done. Just that helmet slab over there. I don't know what's wrong with it. We dug and yes, we may. Do I just have to jump around a bit? Where does it end? Oh, it's probably a little piece up at the top. Okay. Alright. I didn't realize how much of this game was gonna be parkour, but... Here we go, and... Up! Okay. Can I stand on... Oh, yep, there it is. Air slab. Helmet. Alright. Fin spines. Face slabs. Which face slab? Which face slab? Which face slab? Which one? That one. Where is it? Hello? You. Got it. Gotta get all the front ones first. Okay. Alright, let's do this fin. Which fin is it? Oh, bottom fin. Interesting. Oh, probably because I have to get, like, right up on it in the ground. Alright, we got arm slabs. Chest slab. Alright, there's that one. There's that one. Arm slabs. Which... Let's grab the back slabs, actually. Haven't had a bad line on you. You know that. Alright. That's one of them. That's two of them. That's three of them! Alright, now we got arm slabs. And then we're done. We're just gonna, Where's the other one? Oh, it's this little piece still. What the fuck? What's wrong with that tiny piece? Oh no. Truly the most infuriating part of this game is going, what? Why? It's because of my dirty laundry. I already listened to the song today, but it's a good one, so. With all of this money, they all want something from me. Where is it? Where is it? Got it. Alright. I'd rather keep it real with ya. Alright, this arm slab. Maybe being up here. I'd rather be a B-I-T-C-H. Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh, chat. Anyways, job done. Wow, I love that I started it orderly and then I just fucking said fuck it. That's fun. Next! Ooh, stunt plane. If I find her. It just shot a laser out of its head. It's fine. Alright. Stunt plane time, baby! Get that wing! Damn, we're good. Chat, y'all fucking it up. Aw, y'all are so cute. I love when y'all fuck it up. Ooh. Dirty as hell. Alright. I don't give a are you about twerking? You heard her. I ain't arguing about twerking. Alright. Working on that lower wing, gang. Get that lower wing good. That's filthy. We gotta blast it. Do we have, oh, there's new items. No, there's not. I own them all. Triple nozzle! Expensive. Let's buy some metal cleaner. I can get custom gloves. Ooh. Ba da ba ba dee ba ba ba. All right. No more parties in LA. Oh, wait. There we go. A triple? Look, it's fine. All right. God, I forgot how fast that is. Huh. Alright, let's work our way up to the top. Hello, nice to meet you for the very first time ever. I feel like because of the way you worded that, this is not the very first time we're meeting. Ooh. Beautiful. I mean, you don't have to use cleaning materials, but I'm gonna. Because at this point, why wouldn't I? You know what I mean? Just for apartments and pussy. Scary. I'll be relying on you to show the utmost discretion. What the fuck? I wasn't reading all that. We had a private jet flight yesterday. Oh, congrats. I'm just trying to clean. Why are you telling me all this? I'm like, why is this man telling me all this? I'm just trying to clean. I'm just doing my job. Ugh. Do you think he was uninspired since Lauryn Hill retired because he was using all of her music as, because he was using all of her music as samples? Peach is a fake hater? Who am I hating? Ooh, extra liquid in sock. Who the hell am I supposed to be hating on? Also, hi again, Kula. Ugh. I'm not here. Bullshit. Hi, Kula. Oh, I just didn't clean the top very well. I see. That's, we're just trying to clean this as quickly as possible so we can get to the next cool looking thing. You know, I never realized until just now. He's talking about Pablo Escobar, is he not? Fucking weirdo. Also, do men... Real question. Do men think that just because they knocked you up, they gave you good dick? Genuine question. Because I've noticed that a lot of men are like, hell yeah, I give good dick. I mean, have you see how many babies I have? And I'm like, I don't... Like, you know, you don't have to get her pregnant for it to be good, right? Like, that's not what makes it good. And I ask simply from a place of curiosity and not judgment. Yet. It might become judgment once I get an answer. If you can't walk the next day, then I know you have good dick. No, that just means you've had violent dick. If you can't walk the next day, that just means the dicking that you received, was violent in some way, shape, or form. I feel like good dick should not ever hinder your ability to walk long term. Maybe, you know, shaky legs and so on early on, but shit. Arf! Thank you for the bark, Dark Angel. Like, yeah, like maybe shaky legs I could see immediately after the act. But, like, long term? Sing a song and you can sing along. Don't stop the beat. Yeah, shaky legs is fairly normal. Yeah, especially if like you were doing a lot with your legs in that moment. Like if during sex, like you were doing a lot on your legs, such as writing. I've just discovered. For oh, if you're a real man, no. Damn, bro, y'all got issues. If she's not moaning anymore and just hella breathing, then it's good dick. True. I can agree with that, I think. Some women like violent sex. I don't know. I won't be revealing if I am one of those women. But there definitely are women who do enjoy it. Look, I can't reveal all my secrets. I was just thinking about Kanye. And how cocky he is about everything that he does. Like, that man said good dick will do that, and it's like, what do you know about good dick, sir? Almost all of your kids were born via surrogacy. You didn't even have to deliver any dick for those children to appear in this world. Alright. Get up and close and personal with this. Alright, what's the problem here? Why is this not considered clean? Latinas hit different? Why are you getting punched by a Latina? What did you do to her? Kula? Oh no. Kula's out here harassing Latinas again. Listen, listen. Outer ring struts? What is that? Oh, this, okay. Must be on the other side then. Why do y'all know how hard a Latina hits? What are y'all doing to Latinas? Da blah blah blah. Did it die? Won't stop. Ba da 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 da. Ooh, another ancient monument. My fingers are sore. What the fuck was that? Why did something move over here? What the fuck's going on? I'm scared. Oh, does this go with the other monument? I mean, it's not that strange. I don't know. I don't get paid enough to care. I'm ready for my show. Shout it out, shout it out. I would love to cover an auto song. I do not have the power in my voice necessary for that, however. The power that woman carries in her voice is insane, considering she just turned 20 not that long ago. I was really sad I didn't get to go see her in concert. She just did her first world tour, and I didn't get to see it, because, I got a baby. She was in my area, too. Well, like, a fucking 3 hours drive for me, but I would have done it. I really want to cover Top Musica, because I'm a huge One Piece fan and a huge Auto fan. However, that will never happen once again because of the fucking pressure I need to be able to produce. At the break. Not ready for my show. All right. Shout it out. It's like satisfying pressure washing, but satisfying painting instead. Yeah! It really is. I love it. You just do careful little passes. Look, everybody else moved on from this game. But I could never. I love this game too much. If they rock at the same time, I'm gonna make up. At the same time. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. All right. Ooh, up and down, up and down. Cry anymore. Where did it all go? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Gotta get that fin, gang. Ooh. You gotta, if you get all the fins first, you don't have to worry about going back and getting them later. Why does this game piss you off? It's whenever you make it near the end and you can't find that last thing that you need, huh? Because I will admit that that does get me too sometimes. You know, if you press tab, it shows you where on the item it is that you need to finish. Oh, uh-oh. We might have to make an abrupt end to stream, chat. I might not have much of a choice. Mommy might need to go puke. Because I'm starting to feel very dizzy all of a sudden, and it is affecting my tummy. You've been going for 4 hours? Yeah, that's true. I'm okay. I got an upset stomach yesterday. And I don't know why or what caused it. But something did. And so last night I was up pretty late because my tummy just hurt. And I didn't know why, and I was very nauseous and I threw up a little bit. And I felt fine today, but it's starting to hit again all of a sudden out of the blue, so... Is it a pickle? Is it the pickle? It could have been the pickle. Is it another baby? God, I hope not. Because if it is another baby, I'm gonna cry and take a trip to Colorado because we cannot have another baby right now. Having another baby will definitely get me kicked out of where I'm living. Now is not a good time for another baby. I can only lose you. Stop spinning. Okay, I'll stop. Okay, I'll stop. I'll stop. I'm sorry. I don't know if that's an abrupt end. I guess that's true. Okay, let me see who else is on. And then we can do our little sexy raid, and then I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Ooh, 56709. Fuck it, we'll raid Basil. Basil fits my vibes, and we'll be able to keep up with my fucking energy levels, so... Nor is also streaming. Should we raid Basil or Nor? Nor hasn't streamed in a little bit, so let's raid Nor. Nor is on my list of people to talk to, so we'll do... So we can do Nor. Nor? Okay, we'll do Nor. She is on my list of people I want to talk to, so we'll just use this as an excuse, as if we didn't just have a collab together. Oh my god. She's in the fucking back rooms. This woman. Alright. Y'all, copy and paste the raid message. I'll see y'all when I get back. I'll be back in 2 days. I'm taking the next 2 days off. I'll see y'all Thursday. Enjoy the back rooms with big-headed ass Nor. Bye, everyone. Mwah.